Okay, cool. Should be live. I'm gonna go ping Discord. Actually, let me turn on my keystrokes here. Stick those in this corner. Cool. And then I'm going to ping the Discord. Okay. Cool. Let me know if you can hear me all right and stuff. Um, is it just me or is it frozen? Looks like it's frozen. No? Let me fix that real quick. Um, okay. There we go. Should be moving now. Okay. I'll just wait a couple minutes and then I'll jump in here. You can see the stream? Okay. Cool. Thanks, William. Yeah, I think it was frozen there for a minute, wasn't it? But I think it's good now. Okay, so what to do today, right? So we finished the waitlist, right? Yesterday. Let me pull up a new browser window. So we can go to resolveapp.net and join the waitlist. I'm already on the waitlist, but if you're not, you can join the waitlist basically. And so now it's just a matter of actually building the product. So that's kind of what I'm here for. And where to start on that is always an interesting question. So do I still have... I made that diagram yesterday, didn't I? Oh, these are all in the wrong place. Resolve. Drafts. This thing. Yeah, so the question basically is like, which of these parts do I jump into? Um, so I don't know what's going on with these things, but it's kind of funny. The front end. So the backend's already like sort of set up a little bit. Obviously, like the more I build it out, the more abstractions and things I'm gonna make. Um, but I'm more lean towards like front end driven development. Like some people like to like decide on their feature set and then like flesh out their um like their whole back end like according to what they think those features will be and then make their front end. But I'm more like the other way around. Like I'll make my front end, see what the features I'll need will be, and then make the back end to support that. So I think I'm either going to start just like scaffolding out some like front end like design and what screens and pages and features and things we're going to need. Well, I know what features, but like how to present that to the user. Either that or start working on Fen. Um, not the fentanyl, but the Fen. Um, that will be like the communication there between these two things, which I haven't really explained what this is yet, but it should become clear. I would do a poll, but there's only 3 people on right now, so it's probably not worth it. I think I will. I think we'll start with this. Start building out some screens. Because I haven't done Swift UI in a while, or Swift period, so I'm gonna be really rusty. Get kind of back into the groove there, and then once I'm ready to start populating those screens with like real data and stuff from the database, then I will jump over, switch gears, finish up making Fen, which will probably take a couple days, a few days maybe, and then start working on the back end for this feature. So I'll kind of work in. Can I make an arrow? An arrow. Shoink. This is my path of mass destruction. So yeah. Add a fishing game to your app and you can call it an MMO. All right, so I think we'll start on this end and then we'll work that way. So that means I need to start a new iOS app project, right? Because we don't have that yet. We have a web project here and we have an API. So I'm gonna actually start writing some Swift. Okay, so not sure how ingrained in Apple platforms all of you guys are. You know, my camera looks a lot better when I'm lit on the front, doesn't it? By this white screen. Well, not much I can do about that. Not sure how. What was I saying? Oh yeah, not sure how ingrained you guys are on like Apple systems, but they just released in June like beta versions of all their new their next like versions of platforms, which are going to be released in September. We're releasing this app in December, like end of December, so like near New Year's. So we're just going to target the newest version, which means I need to be using the beta version of Xcode. And the beta versions of all this software, which is going to be interesting because it might be kind of buggy. So I'm going to make a new project. It's an iOS app. Correct. It's called resolve. That's not. Let's do that. I'm gonna use Swift UI, Swift. I don't really want UI tests. Okay, we'll leave that for now. Storage, none for now. I'm gonna stick it in the resolve repo, which is here. Don't create a new Git repo because this is already a Git repo. Shazam. So that's making me a boilerplate project. Cool. This version of Xcode looks totally different. Looks pretty good, actually. Design-wise, but Xcode is kind of a beast. Okay, wait for that to finish setting up. The good thing is that I wonder if like LSP works well for Swift or for Xcode projects. What is that sound? What is the sound? What do you hear? Our sink is in a state of perpetual draining. Is that what you hear? Is it like a watery sound? Wait, do I not have like... I do have Swift. Swift support. Some kind of weird sound. Did it stop? Wait, okay, it just started coloring. Oh cool, LSP is working. Can I like go to definition? I can. Cool. Oh yeah, awesome. Okay, so we jump over to here again, and it's working. So Xcode has some pretty crazy let me make this bigger because I imagine you guys can't see that very well. Pretty crazy like HMR. Hello foo. It's like as I type, right? It's updating this over here. I'm gonna move my face over here. All right, so here's our app. Okay. Like water droplets hitting. Oh. Yeah, it's probably the Mac. It's probably from Mac OS. I can mute my computer sounds and then you won't hear that. My bad. Thank you, Mr. Uno. Okay, let me move myself like up here. Well, I'll go in the middle here. Okay, so I need to start thinking about what this should look like. So let me jump into a, let's make a new design. Keep this open. I don't know what the dimensions of a just give me some. There we go. Shoink. Okay. Here's like an iPhone. Okay, like how do we want? Although really, let's just 393. I'm just gonna put 393 by what? 393 by who? 852. All right, we don't need that. Okay, so how should this look? What screens should it have? So basically, the user can make resolutions, right? So somewhere we need to have like a list of resolutions. But they also, resolutions have like streaks. Like a lot of habit. iOS. Habit tracker. So here's one. What does it look like on an iPhone? So these are like your habits. Wouldn't it help to see where the edges cut off? Yeah, 100%. But I'm not actually going to design it here. I'm just going to like kind of draw out like the basic shapes. So it doesn't really matter. So this has like your streak / calendar like up on the top. And then it has like your things below it, which is intuitive. And then has like 4 other screens. I don't even know what those would be. This one's like complicated. Oh, cool. Apple Beta. Streaks. Not a fan of that one. Not boring habits. This one looks cooler. It's like more gamified. Isn't there like one called Habatica or something? Alright. Just trying to get like ideas of what some common layouts are. So this one's like the same. It's like habits here and then calendar. This one's also the same. Habits here, calendar. This one is just habits with no calendar. This one's just a list of habits. This one has this crazy, confusing graph. Not boring has cool design. Okay, these all look super similar. That's the one I already looked at. Yeah, a lot of these are gamified. This one looks very aptly. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see what works and what doesn't. Exactly. So I'm actually wonder if I should do this. Well, this will be good. Okay, so a lot of them have like calendar type things on the top. So it's like all the days and then like a list of your things down below. Right? That's like the basic idea for the layout of like the main page. Mr. Uno built your last app with not boring as inspiration. What was not boring? What one was that? What was that list? Not boring. This one? Yeah, this does look pretty awesome. I can't even like understand though how to use it just from like the screenshots they show. Oh, they've got like everything. Not boring weather, not boring. That's pretty awesome. Not boring camera. What? That is pretty cool. What was your app, Mr. Una? I'm curious. Okay. So most of them look kind of like this. Do we want something like this? And then they have like whatever. Like the other screens, right, on the bottom. That's pretty simple. Here's the thing though. So I want streaks. Yeah, okay. So streaks, okay. Let me maybe make more sense if I wrote down features, which makes this me feel like this should be a fig jam. Okay, so here's how this is gonna work. Basically, there's resolutions. Is like the main thing. Right? So there's gonna be some like home screen. Home, right? Home has a bunch of resolutions. Resolutions. List of resolutions. If you drill down into a resolution, then it has like a streak. Because streaks live on like a per resolution basis and not, yeah. Oh, cool, you made a weather app, awesome. And then that'd be like if you click on resolution. So I guess, like, what is home is like a bunch of resolutions. That's not spelled right. That's like what the home is. And then each of those resolutions goes into like a whole new screen that has like your streak, I guess. Right, like a bunch of these. And then you miss one or something, right? It's got like your streak. With regular navigation, yeah, I think so. Like using, yeah. And then like details about it, I guess. So basically, it seems like at the end of the day, home should just be a list of resolutions. How we present that. Hero animation would look cool. You mean like up here? Like some sort of swirly. Yeah, I agree. There should be something compelling up here. Hero. And then each of these resolution things could even show you like making one of these things like this kind of jam. And it'll say like whatever. Like you have a 4-day streak with this thing, you know what I'm saying? These are all different numbers, you know. So these all have streaks associated with them, and then when you like drill into one of these bad boys, then it takes you. Wait, why can't I? Here we go. Wait, if you tap on a resolution, it would open like in the App Store? What do you mean by that? And this would have like other information about the streak down here, right? All right, let's start with just something like this. Try to like get this looking good. Mostly what I want to do today is kind of like experiment with different like design languages, because there's so many different directions that this could go. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to, what is this? Changed everything. Wonder how. How fast, if I, that's really fast. Hello foo. Okay, that's fast enough for now. That way I can edit in here. Oh, gotcha. Got that, Mr. Uno. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's experiment with some of that stuff. I just gotta remember how to use Swift UI. I think it'll come back pretty easily. So we're gonna need some sort of yeah, I'm gonna make like a reviews. And then I'm going to make a resolution. We don't need all this nonsense. I was a little bit scared that might happen. See, Swift LSP is really complicated. This might, like an Xcode project, it might not work with the LSP in Z. So I was gonna say like import Swift UI struct resolution card view. Is that how you do that? Yeah. Some view. Did anyone try out the liquid glass modifiers? You mean like with Swift UI? I haven't, no. But I'm pretty interested in like leaning into that. Let's just say like Yeah, exactly. I think it'll be good. Sounds like we got a real iOS dev on here, which is great. You can help me with all my Swift shortcomings. All right, and then we'll like, how do you do this? Like preview. Is that what it's called? Perfect. Go over here to like views. You know what? I usually just end up like giving up and writing everything in Xcode, which is pretty sad. Okay, so there's our. Where can I stick you that you won't get in my way? Over here. Okay. Here's our resolution card. So I'm gonna do why is it liquid? Seriously? It's like super fluid. Have you seen like the Apple liquid glass? This isn't like, there's this one video that showed it all like swishing around. Like, yeah, it's just like super fluid. Does a lot of like liquid-like interactions. Oh yeah, like this is a good example, I think. Like that. Just kind of bouncy and springy and dynamic. Oh yeah, this thing too was pretty good. There was a better video that showed it like really kind of. Yeah, exactly. Apple framework development can be pretty intense. The div was already centered? Exactly. It's because this isn't web tech. Okay, so I'm going, oops. I'm gonna pull, well no, let me make like a, I'll say like, name. And then in here, I'll say name. And then do that. How do you format in here? Can I ask this person? Control I. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Uno. So you got Command A, Control I, that's how you get the whole thing. Okay. So then that'll suffice for now, and then I'm gonna bring it over into content view. I wonder if I should have like a home screen. Yeah, I'm gonna make a new, how do you do this? New file. Home. Like a new folder. Screens. These are like top level screens. Stick home in there. Home. This is a view. view, we'll just say like oh yeah, let's can't be compute properties. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to like relearn all this Swift stuff. Okay, I keep wanting to. Is there like a is there a keyboard shortcut for opening a file? Like fuzzy finding files? Command Shift O. Oh, perfect. Okay. Content view, perfect. So over here, this turns, I'm gonna turn this into, don't you do like a navigation? Wait, how does this even work? Tab view, isn't that like a thing? Alright, I need to go read some docs. Yada yada yada. Just give me the documentation. Developer docs. Switch UI. Okay, just give me the I want like a tab view. I think you'll be back in no time. Hope so. Okay, how does this work? Tab view, you say tab. Oh yeah, you give it an icon. And then you pass it a view. What's the badge? Is that like, oh, it's like these things, okay. Alright, that's pretty straightforward. Tab view with tabs. Let's do it. Tab view takes some tabs, which take no tab. What was it? Lorem ipsum. System image. Text hi. Oh yeah, check this out, folks. We got liquid glass. This is why it's called liquid glass. All right, let me add another one. So this is like the highest level of navigation. That's pretty fun. Okay. So what'll this be, like home? I don't know, probably like resolutions. And then I don't know what the things are. Isn't there like a list? Yeah, just give me something like this, like a checklist. Something like that. And then I don't know what else we're gonna have. There's gonna be like a social aspect. I don't know if we do like friends. This is just temporary because I'm really just gonna be working on one of these. Person that two, is that a thing? Okay. And then I don't know what. I don't know, maybe we won't have anything else. So then it's not, so yeah, so this will be like resolutions. Friends. I cannot spell resolutions just for the life of me. Cool, so it's switching between them. Mr. Uno, question, have you ever used the composable architecture, TCA? And if so, I'm curious what you think. Resolution keeping social media. Yeah, it's less so social media as much as like group resolutions and I mean, yeah, I guess it depends what you call social media. But yeah, group resolutions, accountability, that kind of stuff. Not yet. Okay. So it's kind of torn. I've used it in the past, and it's like I totally like the guys at Point Free are like really smart. And I totally agree with like all their everything they're doing, and I think they're like doing it right. It's just like sort of a lot to adopt, and it's kind of complicated, and there's kind of a steep learning curve. And for the sake of moving fast, I was thinking I would start without it, and then when I start feeling some of the pains, then I could like incrementally adopt it maybe. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. But for like first launch, try to live without it. Okay, so this is very nice, very nice. So let's have, I like simplicity. I like simplicity too. And at the end of the day, for a big project, it probably does make it more simple, is the thing. So let's have in okay, this needs to be renamed. How do I rename this? Resolutions. Rename this to resolutions. All right, and then content view. This is just going to be the resolutions. Ta-da. That works. And then solutions. Mr. Uno, you're not on the Discord, are you? All right, and then when you here, we just need to have like a list of resolutions. We already have this resolution card, so let's just stick some resolution cards in here. We'll make like a V stack resolution. What's your opinion on NV? Okay, it's been a while since I've looked into all this stuff. There's like MVV, and the names are so complicated. There's MVVM, TCA obviously, which is like different. And then what's MV? Is MV different from MVVM, or is it VMMV? View model. Wait, model view model. MV. I get really confused about the names. Then a Discord. Oh yeah, no worries. Model view. How is that different from model view model? Interesting. I'd say I'd lean slightly towards this MVVM over MV. Yeah, I've never really done much. I like separating like presentation from logic kind of as much as I can, but I'm not sure that that's always working in my favor, but I feel like it does. I'm thinking I'll go with something like MVVM, which at the end of the day ends up being kind of what TCA is too, but just at a much higher level. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, I wanted a resolution card. Lorem. Yeah, exercise. Or I'll call it daily exercise. Let's make another one. Drink water. We can call this morning gym because they're supposed to be specific. Morning gym, drink water. What else might you resolve to do? Read a book. Don't smoke. Okay. There's your resolutions. And these are like daily things. Okay, so then let's jump over to, how do I have like two tabs open? Wait, what is happening here? Resolution card. Can't I also like split these? How do you make a split? Oh well. Yeah, Mr. No, I say I lean towards MVVM for sure, but could probably be convinced otherwise. All right, so resolution card needs to have some sort of like let street count int streak. Let's say this one's been going for like 12 days or something. What's the problem? Oh. Streak count. Okay. So we'll make these actually look nice, hopefully. How do you do it? Okay. Computer scientist, are you trying to create a very basic operating system and a low-level programming language for learning and demonstration purposes, or are you attempting to build a full-fledged system for daily use? The primary motivation right now is learning, but it seems to me unlikely that it would become like a full-fledged system, but I'm totally not like opposed to the idea of that. It just seems like not super likely that would happen. By the way, you don't need to use self. I know you don't need to use self, but I like explicit self. Is that not a popular opinion? I'm gonna make an age stack. Then I have another age stack. Showing all this on the age stack. And then over here, what everyone prefers, I guess. Yeah, I feel like I've heard arguments for leaving off self. I think the point for you guys actually used to be die hard, like explicit selves, and then they switched. Now they leave it off for some reason. I guess. Yeah, I guess maybe until I know, I mean, I'm cool with that too. It's more concise, I suppose. I just like how this is like saying it's this thing's name. I don't know. And then over here, all right, I need some sort of like little fire icon. Guess we can cook that up ourselves, can't we? Let's make a fire icon. What does fire even look like? It needs to be round on the bottom. Shoink. Estimated time to develop your desired programming language and operating system? Quite a while. I've been working on, right now I'm just focusing on the language. And my intention is to work on that like 2 hours every day when I'm not gone. And whoa. That's pretty cool. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm trying to work on it every day. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to see how long it takes. It'll probably take a little while though. It's quite an ambitious undertaking. What does fire look like, people? This looks horrible. My inspiration? Lots of things. Operating for the operating system? Um, just like I'd say Serenity OS is probably my biggest inspiration. Um, and this looks nothing like a fireball. I'm not a very good artist. For the operating system, I'd say Serenity OS is my biggest inspiration, but even just like Linux and stuff is just like super inspiring. For the language, I got a lot of inspiration. Currently, one of my biggest inspirations is rock. But I'm also very inspired by other languages too. But this one has been a huge one recently. Richard Feldman, the guy behind this, is fascinating. Looks like a hoof. Yeah, this isn't looking very good. Can I get like a flame icon? What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, so maybe something more like that. This would be a lot easier to pull off. Look, I'm not gonna steal this, but I do want to like use it as a reference. Shrink. Okay. Check this out. I'm going to actually do big brain move. Just trace this shape. Does it need to be fire? It doesn't need to be fire. What else could it be? Like, how do you indicate a streak? I feel like generally people use fire for that. But we could be fun and unique. So the whole, like our logo's a whale, which has nothing to do with resolutions. Don't ask why it's a whale. So the whole thing's maybe gonna be a little more water themed. But I still feel like fire might be appropriate. Wait, can I get like a shrink, shrink, shrink. shoink, 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 shoink. All right, now I get rid of that. Just try to smooth this out a little bit. Doesn't make sense that a water themed app has fire. Maybe. Maybe so. Where else is there a rough spot? This seems a little rough here. This is a little rough here. Okay, so it's only ever really going to be that big. That's pretty tolerable. From a distance. A water droplet. You add water droplets to a container each time you complete a day without breaking resolution, and it slowly fills up. That's not a bad idea. But then what happens when somebody's been doing the resolution for like 3 years straight? Like you show like a swimming pool. And then like fish start living in it. And then you're like trying to like grow an ecosystem. It's a bit generic and boring at this point in your opinion. I agree. The fire is a little bit quite common. Not a little bit, but quite common. It's just very recognizable. Is like the plus. I'll leave it here as an optional asset. Because like I see the idea with like the water drop is like you start with, you're trying to get to the point where you can have the whale live in it because you have so much water. What about that? because that could be kind of cool. Because then you'd start with like a, how can I make a water drop? That's not what I wanted. You could add a very satisfying animation to that as well, exactly. If only I could make a water drop. What is even the shape of a water drop? Water drop. Oh yeah. Kind of like this. Oops. The thing is, there's kind of an end to that progression system. Well, exactly, because I feel like that's fine with me. I feel like if there's an end to that progression, well, one, we can make the end very like far off. Two, if there is an end, that's fine. It just means like you actually formed a habit, you know, or like you stuck to your resolution. Like if you haven't smoked for 2 years, then it's pretty safe to say that you're not a smoker anymore, you know? Not that you want relapse, but yeah, Duolingo is very gamified. All right, hang on, let me just get this shape real quick. Okay, now make this a little smoother. That's pretty good. We could even then round that out a little bit. Is there not like some mirror mod? There is a mirror modifier. But for me, it's almost faster just to trace it. Okay. There's that, and then I'll make like a little something over here on the side. It's kind of like a reflection. I don't know what that would look like. Looks like a banana. From a distance. From a distance, it doesn't look too bad. Now we have fire and water. You gotta remember that this icon's never gonna be this big. It's only ever gonna be like that big. So I feel like it's tolerable. All right, so let's just experiment with this. So if I export this as an SVG, and then go back here. I think there's like a I don't even know where this is. Assets, image set. Boom. And call this water drop. Okay, and then go to resolution card, and here we'll have yeah, okay. Okay, it's definitely not as intuitive as the fire would be. William, did you just like mention yourself in chat? Let me add the fire in here too. Flame. Add another one in here. It's the flame. Like this looks like one of those apps that like makes you drink water, I feel like. The flame, on the other hand, I feel like is pretty intuitive. Like that's your streak. 12 days. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I like the water idea. Just wondering if that's not as intuitive. Let's just stick to the flame for now. Because I also don't know if I'm ready to commit to making that entire like system of like going from water to bottle to kiddie pool to swimming pool to river to lake to ocean or whatever, and like add whales and swimming coral reef creatures and everything before the initial launch. So maybe a post-launch feature would be that. Until then, I think I'll probably stick with the fire. Keep it simple. I'm trying to fight scope creep pretty hard, so. Alright, so over here where we have a whole list of them, kind of looks like that, which is kind of cool. Except for that they're not aligned, which is obviously horrible. Two ways we could fix this. Either switch the order of the two things. Except I kind of like it the other way better. Well, no, it looks better this way, right? Fire on left, which means we need to. Yeah, let me get a. All right, see how we can line these things up. Um. Do you think they need to be? I feel like they need to be aligned. Yeah. Can't you? Wait, how do you? Um. HX is only for vertical alignment. How do I make it aligned to the left? There's a way. Oh, this alignment, right? I've seen this. This is what I want. Alignment.leading. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. So that'll look good until you get to the thousands. So maybe just make it big enough for that and then call it there. That just looks kind of dumb on the ones that aren't. Yeah, that looks kind of dumb on like the ones that are just one digit. So maybe it would be better just to switch these. Oh, the text should be sticking to the right. No, because then there'd be a huge gap, right? Like that. I think that might just be the solution. We can make it look more like it's part of the fire by wait, how do you do like a custom color? Like that. But like this. I feel like that's fine. We'll tweak the design shortly. But that should suffice for now. So then the resolution thing here just looks like that for now, which is obviously ugly. How does this work? Wait, why does that not work? Oh, do these need to be in their own navigation stacks? Because that's separate. From the tab view. Okay. This should really be a scroll area. Okay. And then yeah, the strings are aligned. That is kind of funny. So that looks nice. And then in context, you get that sort of behavior. Very aptly. Okay, these cards obviously look horrible. This whole screen looks like a disaster, but we're getting somewhere. So then you click on one of these things. Yeah, okay. Should work that in now. So resolution screens. I'm gonna make a new empty file. Resolution detail. Why is my keyboard doing strange things? There it goes. Okay. Here I would try hero animation. Yeah, okay. So how do you do this? Like navigation. So turn these into navigation links. Okay. So I'm gonna go make like a new folder, lib. I'm gonna make just some temporary stuff here. New empty file. Let's say like types. Resolutions have a very nice. And then I'm going to make another one, data. Let one okay. Now we have those, and then I'm going to pull those into here. I'm gonna say, how do you do it? Like for each resolution has to conform to identifiable. Whoops. Okay, and then swap with those out for why did I just do that? Okay. Cool. So and then these can be navigation links. Except why are those turned blue? Cool. So they kind of want like the grow zoom transition. How does that work? Okay. Match transition source. Yeah, it's this thing right here, right? I need this, and then I need to match like the IDs and the namespace and stuff. Okay. So make a namespace here. And then wait, what do I do? DW. Oh, let's do that instead. Okay. Dot source ID. Resolution ID in namespace. And then what does that do without the other thing? It makes it zoom, but not like from anywhere in particular. Okay, and then matched transition source ID solution.id in namespace. So now that works. Those like blow up. Why did adding that line make them lose their shadow though? That I do not know. How do I open my just like that? I guess we can take the shadow on the outside. Missions card, shadow. So now those expand into these things, which is fun. Cool, so now like our whole app looks like this. There's two screens, friends, and resolutions. Resolutions has these things. You can scroll, and you can open one, and you can go back. Cool. So this is like the base. Let's just make this resolution detail actually take a resolution. So resolution detail, I'm gonna say var or let resolution. Resolution. Stick that in there. Why is it not building over here? Morning dims. Now it says the actual thing. So don't smoke for that one. Drink water for that one. Read a book for that one. Groovy. We've done 0 design work, but it's looking... At the end of the day, this is going to be like the base of what the app is, which is kind of funny to think about. So my goal from here until December is to turn this into something that people are willing to pay for. So, all right, I'm gonna commit there. It seems like a good place to commit. I wonder if anybody's done anything about like Xcode projects in Z. How I got Z editor working with my Swift projects? No way. Oh yeah, they did this. Okay, I might do this at some point. All right, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna commit. Made basic app navigation. I just love playing with this thing right here. It's like addicting. Okay, but oh cool, this expands too. Resolutions. Yeah, okay, so next step would be what? Making this look good? Or making this work? How about we try to make it look good? So what's the whole hero animation you wanted to see, Mr. Uno? I'm not sure I totally follow. What is this? App Store, iOS App Store, hero animation. Hero animations. Wait, drag down to dismiss isn't something you just get for free? Yeah, it is something you get for free. I already have that. Showing. Maybe because there's something fancier going on here. Oh, it's what I did on my own. Oh, okay. Same idea. So just like this whole transition thing, like the zoom transition idea. All right. So as far as like colors and feel go? This is might take me a lot of experimentation. So yeah, what happens if we have a lot more resolutions? Come on, come on. Okay. Oh yeah, so there's blur out in the bottom there. Practice guitar. What is William crying about? So what happens? Excuse me. Okay. I need to decide on some like colors. Oh yeah, the AI is promoting itself. Thank you. What sort of tone do we want here? Or should it like change? Hey Saba. Good to have you here. What do we like, purple? Or towards blue leaning towards purple or blue leaning towards green? I kind of have blue leaning towards green on like the website and stuff, don't I? Yeah, this is leaning towards green. See that? Blue green. I agree. Blue green is more oceany. Blue purple is a lot more common. Okay, it's kind of like that color. Saba, what are we working on now? Well, we just made in Swift UI like a basic, just like the basic navigation, like tabs and like a list of resolutions. You can click on these and it opens up a page. So we just made that. Now we're trying to pick a color here. All right, so what if we make this primary color? It's kind of nice. So what is it, like hue? No. No, I don't want to. Tint and shade generator. Ta-da. This gives me like my shades here. Although I usually end up tweaking these a bit. I wonder if the middle one is too light. I feel like that's more like a 400, don't you think? Well, that's probably okay. All right, so I'm gonna bring these over into my assets, because don't you stick colors in there? Asset. Oh, I can also add an app icon. Where is my app icon? I thought I had an app icon. Oh well, I'll do that later. Color set. So I'll call this like primary 500. We'll say for now it's the same on. Oh. So 500 would be this. And then primary 400 would be the one lighter than that, this one. And then, oops. Color set. This is 500, 400, 300. And then 5, 4, 3, 200. Oops. Primary 200, and then 100 would be this one. And then 50 would be this one. We're going Tailwind style. Primary 50. Okay, and then this is primary 600. Oops. Shoink. 600, 700. 5, 6, 7, 800. There should absolutely be a better way to do this, I agree. But I'm not sure that there is one. Here's 900. Oops. And then last one, 950. Oops. Very satisfying, no? Now I have all those, and I can start using them over in my app. So then there's those. What am I trying to do here? Go back over to maybe resolutions. Let someone else do it. I'm a one-man show. I don't have anybody else to do it for me. That's one of you guys offers. Okay. So instead of having this background here, I'm gonna say like background. Can I do like a gradient? Colors. Why has my keyboard been doing this? Okay. Colors. Okay. That looks interesting. So the shadow on these things, I feel like should be like okay, and then this can be white if we're doing that. In context. I like how the liquid glass is adopting the green tint. We just made stained liquid glass. Okay. So then it's not bad, not bad. Let's make these a little rounder, no? You think the glass is a bit much? I mean, that's not really for me to. I mean, if we're trying to, I mean, obviously we could roll our own little thing down here, that wouldn't be hard. But if we're trying to like blend in with like Apple's system, this is just a total Apple system thing. Like I didn't make this, obviously. So I would hide the indicator. What do you mean by the indicator? Um, oh, the scroll indicator. Can that be hidden? This thing? I don't know, you could hide that. Do I want to hide that though? Because isn't that like an accessibility thing? You always find it so ugly. I'll leave it for now. If I decide it looks bad, I can always take it out. Cool, so this is looking nice. I want something, like what other information do we need to have on this screen? Dot scroll indicators dot hidden. Interesting. Number backer slash peers. Yes, exactly. That's why there's this like friend thing here. But yeah, what sort of other information do we want to expose here? Like what could we expose here? We could do some sort of well, okay, the thing about that is like the friends or shared resolutions, it's like on a per resolution basis. So each resolution can have friends that you're doing it with. Interesting. You know, it's always fun is to see what it looks like in dark mode. Dark appearance. It looks the same. Interesting. A way to extend the streak. To keep your streak going, you just have to. Yeah, so there's gonna be like check-ins every day. So like every evening, for example, you'll get a notification that says like time to check in, and then you go and you like say, okay, today I drank my water, I didn't smoke, I went to the gym, I did this, I did that, I didn't do this, I didn't do this, and then after for all the ones that you failed on, it'll say, um, okay, now either you do your penalty or your streak ends. That's kind of the idea. So there's not gonna be a way to do that in app, I don't think, but we could do that too. Let me. Yeah, let me commit. Why did that not work? There we go. Push it up to GitHub. This is quite a diverse project so far. Maybe you could have a high score, like the longest running streak displayed at the top. Get too cluttered. How much mathematics is needed to create a functional low-level programming language? I don't think there'd be a ton of mathematics. A lot of logic, but not a ton of mathematics. Yeah, exactly what Saba said. It's more logic than math. Alright, I feel like I just need to think about like the feature set and everything for a second here before I can decide. So we basically have this. We don't have like a hero here. I want to make something nice up there, but I'm just gonna put a bunch of sticky notes with like the features. So there's like resolutions, right? Resolutions, attached to resolutions are they have like a streak, they have a optional penalty, they can be shared, what else is attached to resolution? Basically just those things. I have some notes on my phone. Let me check them. Where is that note? Okay. I guess I never made that note like I thought I did. My keystrokes covering my face. Good point. I'll move back over here. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so there's resolutions can be shared. I feel like those should almost be like resolutions can have streaks. Optional penalty. And shared. Right? The penalty. Okay, so streaks. Okay, and then there's check-ins. So check-ins is like another high-level feature. So check-ins. Which are related. Shared? No, you can have shared resolutions. So like me and you could both have a resolution to go to the gym every morning at 6 a.m., right? And then, yeah. And we can like see each other's streaks and stuff on that. So check-ins once per day. To extend streak, either have to stick or do resolution or pay penalty. That's like tied to this whole streak idea. You can make check-in frequency customizable. Yeah, we talked about that. Because it just depends whether we want it to be like you do all your things for each one. It probably does make sense because there's probably some things you don't want to do every day. Okay, so customizable frequency. That makes it almost, because then it'd be on a per resolution basis. It would turn in one of these green things, right? So I turn this green. So these are all like sub features of resolutions. Okay. What would the penalty be? You have to pay real money? No, actually, you do have to pay real money. But like, so we're gonna set up like a system with like different charities, so you can select like, I mean, different. There'll probably be other penalties, and there'll obviously be an option for no penalty. But if you want to make a penalty for yourself, then you can say like, okay, if I don't do this, if I don't go to the gym in the morning, then I'm gonna pay $5 to a charity for starving children in some third world country. And 100% of the money will go to them. So that way it's kind of like a good cause, and it also like incentivizes people to stick to things. Because it's really easy to convince yourself just not to do something if you don't have a penalty. Yeah, like a gym, exactly. Like you don't want to do that necessarily every day. Okay. Either you get buff or the children get to eat. You have to make a choice. Exactly. And so you extend your streak when you pay the penalty, even if you didn't do the thing. Because part of your resolution is saying that, okay, if I don't, then I need to do the penalty. So if you do the penalty, then you're just sticking to your resolution. All right, so here's resolutions, check-ins. Complete a check-in to extend streak. So that extends this. To complete either you either do your resolution or pay penalty. Better idea, should connect with Tinder. How about not? Customizable frequency. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and then streaks are extended by check-ins. So really this is a two-way street here. Oops. Whoa, can I make these all be like those cooler ones? I'm sure Tinder would love to sell data. Yeah, I'm sure they would. Optional penalty. Monetary value that goes straight to charity. Also, user gets to choose. How do you spell choose? What cause the money goes to. Okay, shared resolutions. I feel like you should be able to make a double-sided arrow. Oh, you can. Check it out. Okay, this means they're like helping each other out. Okay, I'm gonna start making sub complete to extend streak. Make this thing be a different color. Either do resolution, excuse me, either completing resolution or paying penalty. I'm gonna get rid of this for a second. And then this would be customizable frequency. And then get rid of all of this. Okay. These can be the normal ones. Okay. This. Extend your streak. Those are related. What's stream etiquette when the streamer sneezes? I have no idea, man. Another optional penalty could be like having to do a challenge. Exactly. But it's just how do you ensure that they actually do the challenge is the thing. So I don't know. All right, and these are extended by check-ins. Optional penalty. Yep. And then shared resolutions. Friends can see what your streak and whether you're sticking to it. Whoa, you can make those things fat. Okay, this is kind of making sense. Exactly, your mom can message you. I was thinking more like your friend, but yeah, your mom could do it too. And then, oh, we also had, oh yeah, we had another idea too about this. You guys will like this one. So if you fail the resolution, the penalty money goes to your friends that are doing it with you. So you can make money off of each other this way. Brilliant, I know. Like you share with strangers, but the names are hidden. So we thought about that, and that would be more like a community thing, I feel like. But that won't be in the initial launch, but we do have some plans for that. This fire's bugging me. What is going on here? Jambot? Light bulb. Aha. Nothing beats the Polaroid camera for me. This is like my favorite thing I've ever seen on any app. Perfect. Yeah, so is this like the feature set basically? Do the 2,000 yards there. I can't do that again. Okay. So the other thing is that there's friends. So there's another one of these. So you have like friends. And you make friends. Whoa. You make friends by quest becomes a friend when request is accepted. So that's how you make friends. This really is only supposed to be a one-way arrow. And then friends can share your, actually that just kind of is the same as this, so we could just make an arrow going to this. Right? So we need some sort of like friend request system. What else is there? Ooh, optional duration for resolutions. Good idea. Yeah, because you don't necessarily want them to go forever. It's like a octopus dancing. Yeah, I get that. So like optional duration. Another feature. Like maybe you want to do 30-day vegan challenge or something. Exactly. Yeah. This is also a challenge app now. Yes. When you do it with like friends, it is like a challenge. I mean, it's motivating. The idea is not to make something that's like, I mean, there's a lot of like habit things out there that we're really just trying to like make you feel good about yourself, you know? But then we're actually trying to make something that'll genuinely like, I mean, hopefully be enjoyable to use, but at the same time, like really push you and make real penalties and like real challenges and real accountability and that kind of thing. So something that'll hopefully actually work better than some other things out there. This can move down here now. Okay. So this is mostly the feature set. I'm trying to remember if there's other things. Anything else big? There's lots of little things. Where is that note? Okay. All right, I'm gonna screenshot this and send it off to my brother and see if he thinks of anything big we're missing. Mr. Uno says, sounds great. Awesome. Where did that screenshot go? Screenshot, there it is. Okay, we'll see what he says. Imagine if someone goes bankrupt from your app because the epic failed the resolution. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least they'd be going bankrupt and the money would be going to a good cause. So. All right. Oh, also, did I mention that? Yeah, I did say that. Okay. So this is like another feature almost. User chooses cause. Because we'll need some sort of like cause choosing screen where you like select what cause you want. Yeah. So that basically means as far as like the actual app goes, all of this sort of translates into. Okay, I'm getting a phone call from my brother, so I'm going to take that real quick. I'll be right back. Just should be a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just got confirmed that I didn't forget any major features in that screenshot. So, what are you guys talking about? Uh, set up a charity called Leg Breaks. That's brilliant. I like that. Could also reward people. Yes. Emotional damage. Okay. And then some video game I've never played. Okay, so the question now for me is, how does this now translate into the actual app itself? Right? So as far as the actual app itself goes, these are like the concepts. And then we're gonna have another section called the presentation. So there's gonna be the top. Okay, there'll be like a resolutions page or screen, right? And then like a friends screen. And what'll it show on these? Resolutions will basically just be like a list of resolutions. And then those resolutions, if you drill down into them, you get like a resolution screen. Resolution detail, which has all the things on it. So it's got like the name, the current streak, and then things you can, I guess, change about it, like the penalty. What else can you change about these things? Shared status. If shared, then shared people you're sharing it with, status of people you're sharing it. I guess just their status. The duration, check-in time, / frequency. Okay, so that's like the resolution's details. That's like when you click on a resolution. Click on resolution. You get to this, and then make this thing like not so thick. High score will be appropriate on the detail screen, like how long the longest you've ever gone with your streak. Yeah, current streak, and then longest streak. Longest streak among all, like if it's shared, like the high score among all the people, so it's kind of like competitive a little bit. Anywhere else you can go from here? Not really. These you get to from the tab view. Tab view gets you to these. But these are the actual pages, right? So you can navigate between these, shwink, like that. And then friends. On here, you could see like list of your friends. You can see your outgoing friend requests, incoming friend requests. If you, I guess if you click on a friend, then if you click on a friend, then you can see from the detail. It's just like their username, profile, picture, and then like common resolutions. Like you don't get to see all the resolutions. Okay. Also, some more screens we're gonna need. So we're gonna have to here we'll have some sort of button for adding a resolution. We'll add another one here. This is where you go if you click to add resolution. New resolution screen. Fill out all the details on form with name, penalty, sharing, duration, check-in. And then when you complete that, it goes to here. You finish creating resolution. Okay. Pretty cool. And then any other screens you'd need? Oh. I guess, okay, if you add, okay, find friends screen. Add friend button. When you click add friend button, then searchable list of usernames and profile or pictures. Each user will have a send friend request button. Cool. There's one other thing. So this is like from the main. In-app tab view. But there's also if you get a notification, if you get a check-in notification, right? Check-ins only come from notifications. Okay. I guess they'll be time sensitive, right? Time sensitive, because that's like a concept with Apple. If there's a time sensitive notification, then turn this into that color, shrink. It takes you to the check-in screen for a resolution. You know what else could be on here? So you get notifications when it's time to check in, but there's gonna be like a grace period. So you have like, say 24 hours to like fill in that check-in for that period of time. And you could show pending, probably should show pending pending check-ins on here, right? Which means that this could, in theory, go to here. Which means I need to like drag this out of the way a little bit. This, click a pending check-in. Okay. If you click on a pending check-in, auto upgrading feature. I like that, Saba. Probably not for the initial launch, but definitely could be a future feature. We definitely tend to keep adding stuff like that, like as we go on. But I'm trying to just keep the scope really small for the first launch, and it's already pretty big. Check-in screen. Wait, pending check-ins. So these are check-ins that are still within grace period. Check-in screen for a resolution. What's on there? It just shows with two options. With two buttons, I guess. Did the resolution, or kept the resolution, or failed the resolution. And then there's two places that can go. So that's one and that's two. If you keep, then, or you fail, right? Kept, I guess it's past tense. Failed. If you kept your resolution, then I don't know, some like happy celebratory screen, right? If you failed, then it says two options, right? Two buttons. Pay penalty and continue streak. or don't pay and break streak. All right, and then this will have two things that can come from it. This app is getting quite complicated. These are all different. Each of these is a different screen. So we got a lot of screens to make. Yeah, exactly. Don't want feature creep. If you keep the resolution, it should show pictures of the starving children. I don't know if making streaks continuable via paying is a good idea, though. I think it is. Because the resolution that you're making with Resolve is that I am going to, every single day, either not smoke or smoke and pay 20 bucks. Like, that's the resolution you're making. And so that's the streak you're keeping. And you're just trying to make it, because otherwise there's not like another good way to make a penalty for it. I don't know. We've thought about it a lot. It's kind of it's a hard thing to set up right. I think this is probably the way to do it. But obviously we'll be playing around with other options and stuff too. So, all right. Pay penalty and keep streak. Well, if we want to break habits like smoking, they should be gradual decrease. I'm personally more of a cold turkey fan, but Mr. Uno, there should be a form of burden. What do you mean by a form of burden? Wait, the problem with sharing, if you have one rich friend who like to pay, they can like have a streak of like 3 years, but they have kept failing and just paying while someone else could have tried. Exactly, but a rich person's probably more likely to set a higher fail. Like if I'm super rich, I might say if I smoke, I have to pay $100, and if I'm super poor, I might say I have to pay $3. You know, and the $3 to the one guy is the same as the $100 to the other guy. So you choose your own penalty. Yes. But I mean, the sharing, the friend thing, it's really just with people you know. And if those are the kind of people that you know, then you're going to be demotivated by them anyway. So, all right, 2 buttons. So if you click on the one that's like pay penalty, don't pay, some sentimental screen about how you should do better next time, but at least you're supporting a good cause and your streak will continue. Oh, if you don't pay, then some sad screen that shows your streak being destroyed. Yeah, exactly. And so the auto upgrade could be cool, William. But the other thing is you can just go edit your resolution. So like if you make a resolution, say like you were smoking X amount of cigarettes every day, and then you want to half that, you do that for a month, and then you can just go and edit it again and half it until we have like auto upgrade like Saba recommended. All right, here's what I want to do. I kind of want to like move all of this into the same thing here. stack. And then delete that other one. App design app, I guess. App screens. Yeah, okay. I do get the cold turkey not always working, for sure. I get that. So for now, I guess people just have to edit their resolutions. But future, they might be able to do other things. Okay, let me screenshot this and send it off to the boss. Well, first, anything we're missing here? Oh. In here, we should have two buttons. Button to edit. And button to delete. Oops. This should resolution edit screen. This should go to here too. When you click edit button. Will you have to set up all resolutions yourself, or could it have some presets already in there? We thought about that. We could definitely easily make some presets. That wouldn't be a very hard thing to do. Okay. Does this seem pretty reasonable? Hey, Jappy. Good to see you in here. All right, let me screenshot this now and send it to the boss. Okay. Okay. What are we doing, Jappy? We just I went through and figured out like what all the features of the app are for the initial launch, like the basic features, and then I kind of translated that into what the actual app screens will be. Also earlier I made like some basic navigation that kind of motivated that, so we have this app now. With the missing thing here, I don't know what happened. There it is. Probably teach users that they should do that. Yeah, maybe. Jappy says, ooh, clean. If you mean this design, it's hopefully gonna look a little better than this in the future. But yeah, it's all right for now. The blank screen just saying read a book is kind of funny. Yeah, read a book. All right, so there's that. And now we basically just have to go do that. I just got a text message that says, congratulations, you've won $300,000 cash in a brand new SUV. I'm so excited. Okay. What? Sounds legit, I know, right? There wasn't even a link. I think I was just supposed to write back and ask how. Okay, let me get some water and then we'll start trying to make some of these screens. Okay, so we're gonna start here. We already did start here. We actually already started on this too. We kind of have these two screens right now. Oh, and this screen. We have these three. Yeah, so what are we missing here? We have a list of resolutions that needs to look a little nicer. We need a button for adding a resolution, and we need pending check-ins, but I'll save that for later. Pending check-ins will go on the top, probably. All right, what can we do to make this, spruce this up a little bit? Do we want these to look just like a bunch of lists? Like a bunch of just bars across the screen like that? Or is there a more intriguing way to present them? Well, is there anything else about this that we would want to show? Like, what does the resolution have? Like, what do we want to show on the resolution? Just a little preview card. Definitely the name. Definitely the current streak. Probably don't need to show the longest streak on there. Penalty. So we could show that. Definitely show like the people you're sharing it with. Duration, yeah. Okay, so we could show a lot more. Check-in time frequency. Bind, edit, bind, delete. So we could show some more of this on the thing there, which makes me feel like they should be chunkier things. What about like a grid of like squares? Let's try that. Oops. How would this play out? How do I turn off relative line numbers? Ooh. Oh well. I don't know how ergonomic the grid would be. Maybe a 2-row grid. Well, I'm thinking like a 2-column grid. Is that what you mean? Like there, 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 there. It isn't Vim mode. I don't know. I don't think that'll work. The bin mode isn't that good. Okay, let me, yeah. So what if, how do you do a grid? Navigation for each V stack. Okay, switch this out for a grid. Is that kosher? Oh, grid row. Are there grid columns? No, there's just grid row. Okay, so I need to split these. Lazy grid. What are those? Lazy. Oh, that is what I want. Lazy, wait, H? Or just gross or not? Okay, vertical grid. Columns. What is this grid item? That did something. I don't understand what these grid items are. Description of a column in a lazy grid. Hold on. Okay. Right there. Okay. Set the size of each row item. Use an array of grid item. Okay, take a video. Wait, so what else is there? Fixed. Oh yeah, fixed size. That's what I want. Is that the height? That's the width, isn't it? Oh, okay, so I don't want that. Multiple items in space, single items. A single, okay, let's do flexible. Like that. that's okay. Those are good. How do we force the, I guess that would be in here, right? Okay. Yes, we're trying out a grid design now. Okay. I'm gonna yank that, go over to resolution card, put that there. Just so I can see it a little bit. Okay. I want to make these a fixed height. Let me do that for each again. Actually, it's okay. Let's do this. And then height padding. Like that size, maybe? Could be good. What does that look like in context? Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit too blue there. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, we could do icons or emojis or something. That'd be good. All right, what all information do we want to have on these things? Resolution cards have a name, current streak, the penalty probably, so that's like right there. People it's shared with, people it's shared with, duration, check, next, check-in. I feel like those would be good things to have. Let me copy that. Solution card should have all these things. Okay. So really this should just have I got issues. And let me just stick that in a scroll area. Okay, now we can see that a little bit better. I agree with Mr. Uno. I think it fits perfectly. I think this will be good. Obviously, this is messed up, right? But we'll just we just need to make it look a little nicer. So now we know what we want to show on these things. Let's go to this type. Let's add some other things. So ID, name. You should also make resolution searchable. Oh yeah, good idea. For people who have a lot. There's a simple way to do that with Swift UI. Swift UI searchable. Check this out. Private var search query. Now there's a search bar that we can search in. How does that fit with the other things there? Oh, puts it at the top. Isn't there a placement? Oh, can I set the minimum? Okay, perfect. No, here. I don't really want it up there. No, I want the search on the bottom. Isn't there a way to make it like go on the right of that thing? Uh, uh, well, for Apple's going the direction of having all search bars on the bottom. Like if you look at photos, I don't know if you guys can see this. The search bar is right here, and then you click search, and then the search is on the bottom. I don't know if you saw that, like that. Doink. But your thumbs are down there, and so people want to tap things that are at the bottom. Yeah, I feel like an entire tab for search is a little overkill. We're just trying to search between like maybe 10 things here, so. How do you get out the bottom though? Trying to figure out toolbar. A button in line with search, screenshots from mail. Why is it showing the Kotlin logo? Oh, that's exactly what I want. Right? Yeah, like a bar and then the search next to it. Okay, I don't have that many. Geometry reader, why do you have that? Oh, he's trying to do this without liquid glass. Okay, this is like totally different. Okay, what's the resolution? See, it's on the bottom down here. Navigation bar drawer. That puts it at the top. Toolbar. That puts it on the bottom. This one. This isn't even it. All right, I'll just leave it on the top for now. We'll dig around with that later. That's probably okay there on the top. Okay. Definitely not going to do search bar in the middle of the screen. Is that not possible with SwiftUI's limited functionality? SwiftUI is not very limited in its functionality. It's pretty crazy. You can pretty much do anything with it. And if you can't, then you can drop down to UI kit, and then you can definitely do it. Okay, so this will be fine. I just wanted the foot. Oh, I wonder if anybody's photos are iOS 26 photos app search bar SwiftUI. See, like this is what I want, like a search right there. Oh, they have an example.
iOS 26 and macOS Tahoe to the content underneath, changing from light to dark. With a new and refreshed to the content underneath, changing from light to dark. With a new and refreshed look across all bars, adopting the new API, filming spectacular pictures. But the Landmarks team didn't travel to all height sheets. The gloss background gradually transitions, becoming opaque and anchoring to the edge of the screen, and automatically adapts to what's beneath.
Here we go, toolbars.
Toolbar items are automatically grouped. When I build the Landmarks app with Xcode 20, Toolbar Spacer can also be used to create a flexible space that expands here. The grouped actions are related, while the separated actions, like the share link and inspector, have distinct behavior. I want to emphasize that the custom toolbar share link and inspector have distinct behavior. If compose the shared background visibility modifier to separate an item into its own group without a background. Showing my avatar. Apply the shared background visibility modifier on my notification item here. Filter item, the shared background visibility modifier.
How'd you do this?
To separate an item into its own group without a background. In the Landmarks app, in addition to grouping and badging items in toolbars, the new design introduces a few other changes. The monochrome palette tint modifier design, and if your app has, as these would interfere. Turning.
Oh, search. There's
Second
a whole section
pattern
about it.
Is to treat it as a dedicated page in a multi-content available through search. The search field appears in its own
You found an article adapting search to the liquid glass design system. Will you please not ask AI? I just want it to go Google. Okay. This? Oh, search toolbar behavior. This is what I want. Oh, perfect. This is what I want. Wait, so there's another tab here? That adds this. That's going to do a whole new... This is going to a whole new screen though, which isn't exactly what I want. Maybe that is what I'm actually wanting, I just don't know it. Maybe maybe this is for like global searches like across the entire app, and what I'm really actually trying to do is just search within this page, in which case it does make sense just to have a top search. Unless we did want to make like a global search that like search for anything. All right, let's just stick with top search for now. To get rid of that thing, we'll just do top search. Let's make it actually work real quick. Resolutions card. No, resolutions. How does this work? That obviously didn't work. Okay, so it's working except when it's empty. So we'll just check if it's empty. Jeez, I need to edit this and zip. Screens resolutions. There we go. Self.search query equals that. Then, wait, are there ternary operators? Okay, teach you this. Okay, that works. So now we can search. Okay, got one more phone call I gotta take real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I was getting my brother's feedback on this whole thing here. Um, so basically it's good. I just forgot. Well, we need like a settings page with like um, payment methods and profile images and all that kind of stuff. I'll just stick like a to-do on there. To-dos will be bank. Settings page. Okay. Let's jump back over here. So search is working, right? If I search learn. Yeah, perfect. And then that should work over in the real view too. If I search drink, if I could only type. Because of that, learn. Cool, so it's searchable now. Very nice. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and add another tab here. It's like settings. So you can go over here too. Friends, settings, resolutions. Okay, so there's that. Now it's just a matter of making these things look a lot better, hopefully. So how should these be? Resolution card. We need all these things in it. We already have these two things. Penalty. Okay. So I'm gonna make it a VStack. And then have an H stack on the top. Put as a top that and a spacer. So now we have the text. I wonder if that should be even bigger. Maybe just a little heavier. Okay, and then we want the streak, the penalty. Yeah. Duration, next check-in. All right, so the things all of them will have that, all of them will have this. Not all will have that, not all will have that, not all will have that. They'll all have these. So there's three things all of them will have. So those three things basically have to take up enough space to make it look full without the others. All right, so let me go make some real better data that's actually kind of realistic. So let's actually just make this type have all those things. How do I split? Oh, that's how you plan to do the resolutions? information. Yeah, information and the rest of it. Wait, what did you think it was going to be? Okay, let's take this. Let's take this over to types just for a second. So RID, name, street count. I'm gonna rename this too. Is there like a rename thing? Rename, refactor. Oh, cool. Current streak. Penalty will be int. I'm going to I'm going to type alias dollars. So penalty will be dollars. Okay, I'm gonna struct user, I guess. All these types are gonna change as soon as we have like a database, but just for now. Name. Okay, username. Image URL. Also string. So I'm gonna say shared or shared with some users. Duration. Yeah, that can be empty. Duration is okay, I'll just say until. It's an optional date. And then check-in times. How is that even gonna work? Alright, let's say next check-in for now. It'll just be a string. Cool. This should suffice for now until this gets a lot more complicated. And then over in, we should have errors all over the place, I think. Yeah, okay, so let's make some real morning gym. What in the world just happened? Okay. Name morning gym. Current streak, we've been doing that for 14 days. Shared with nobody. And my next check-in is tomorrow or tonight at 7 p.m. Something like that. And then what else is in here? just so I have it. Okay. What? Share the. Till precedes that. All right. Make this 2 or let's say this one has a penalty. So penalty. Actually, this will be a good one to share it. This will have everything. You're going to change the type of the next check-in field later, right? Yeah, I mean, once I have a database thing, it needs to be really complicated because it could be like, you know, every other week on a Sunday morning and Tuesday morning, you know, and I can't express that in a string. So, but for now, yeah, this is just for design. Let's share this with some buddies. What are they called? Okay. ID is like foo. Username will be like my buddy Joe Bob. Where can I get an image? To do. Joe Bob 44 and my other buddy whose ID is bar, whose username is, you know, Jim. And Jim, Slim Jim, and Jim's image URL is also to do. Decisions make a lot more sense now that you know this is the front end. Yes, I imagine so. Penalty is $10. And it goes until oh, how do you make a date? Can I just make this a string? Let's make this a string for now. All right, until August 30th. Rename Joe Bob to Ezra Rain Henderson. All right, let's make another one. Yeah, okay, no junk food. Current streak 7. Penalty, there's no penalty. It's indefinite. Next check-in is tomorrow at 8 a.m. Sure, that's good. Read 10 pages a day. 21 penalty 5. Shared with Bookworm. That's good. Meditate daily. I don't know about this one. What's something else? Do 50 push-ups. Those people. All right. And let's just do one more. Let's share this with more people. Okay, now we've got all of those. All right, so here's our things. So then I will left align these. Leading. Now they should be leading over here. Okay. And then Saba doesn't even drink coffee. I don't even drink coffee either. Okay, there's text alignment, and then yeah, where do we stick the other things? So they all have a name, they all have a streak, and they all have a next check-in. Where can I get example profile pictures URL? Like Lauren picks them, but like people. Here we go. Perfect. I just want. I really just want user photos. Oh, there we go. Do these have like Legos? All right, fine. I'll just use Lauren Pixum. Do these just have URLs? All right, we'll do that. Some of the photos. Oh, square image. Perfect. Let's do that. Whoa. This. Okay. %s? I never use %s. Wait, what does %s even do? Percent just goes to the matching. Oh yeah, I use that all the time. The matching brace. Okay, now we can show pictures. So let's have a, I don't know. So maybe like an H stack over here. With this inside of it. A spacer. Pushes that into the corner. Very nice. Oh, colon %s. Yeah. No, it definitely doesn't have that. Definitely does not have that. Okay. And then oh yeah, so down here then we'll have another H stack. And then we'll have for each async image. What? I did not know about this. Hey, that actually works. Has no caching. Oh, I'll mute those macOS pings. Can I do negative spacing on this? Oh yeah. And then do like oh, except that doesn't work. Some of these like aren't loading. There it goes. But the idea is pretty good, no? How about that? So now you can share these with people. You think a yellowish stroke? You don't like just like that? Instagrammy. I'm not on Instagram. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna stick to white. So there's all the people. You got the streak down there. It's good. And then yeah, I feel like this bottom part should be like hey, Code Cove. Nice. Is this like a motivation app? Yeah, sort of. It's like a app for keeping your commitments and resolutions. Would be better if I made the padding on the inner square slightly smaller. I don't know. I feel like this is pretty good. What I'm not buying. Right now it kind of reminds me of old windows from apps Kinda. Wait, old Windows from apps. Oh, old Windows form apps. +1 for Mr. Uno. Wait, you're saying slightly less padding on the inner square. It's this guy, right? No, where's this guy? Like that. And then slightly more on the outside. Like that, kind of. I need to make this then a little bit less round so it fits. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm cool with that. I feel like the flame's a little bit big. Okay. I feel like this. How do you create colors? Color in it, yeah. This. I remember there's one point where I made a I might go steal that. I made a this. Yeah, I just want this. Okay. Lib. Asset catalog. Is that this thing? Colors. But I only have these. Is this happy? Alright, so now I can create off the random colors using hex. sorry, resolution card is what I wanted. So then this, instead of being white, I'm gonna make it color hex. Bang. And I need it to be, it'll crash because that's not a good hex. I want this color. That looks much better. I don't know why that is happening. My color picker got stuck. Oh, it stopped, okay. So that is that. What else can I do? Use leading dot syntax, and they'll show you a preview of the color as well. Oh, awesome, cool. So what other information? So I got this. I got this, and I have this. I feel like next checking could go in the middle there. Yeah, does that imply the check-in is sort of important? All right, so what if we moved this, the streak, into the middle, and then made this like small in here? Or like up here. I kind of like the idea of the streak being in the middle. Okay, so what if instead of this, we have a Z stack? Something like this. Yeah, the streak is sort of the most important part. And then we could even have, get this. At least with shadow on it works. Who knew? What is this color? So what if it was even like, so even that works with that shadow. I don't know, guys. I think we're onto something here. I wonder if there's a good way to do text border. Yeah. I think the shadow should be on the flame, not the text. I don't know. I feel like this looks good. The shadow isn't really meant to be seen. It's just like if the text gets bigger than the flame, then you should still be able to read it, which you can. We could darken this though. We go to date and make one of these have lasted longer. Let's say you've been doing no junk food for like a long time. Yeah, so it's really like only in this case that you're meant to see the shadow. Although maybe that is a little hard to read. There. I feel like that's good. Like that. 2 shadows. Yeah, we could make the flame bigger if the streak is longer. Not a bad idea. Alright, I wonder if these are a little bit too tall. So I could probably fit everything into that. I don't like how this clashes with the background color. The background color doesn't really fit. I feel like that looks really good. Yeah, you don't like the gray background. I don't really like the gray background either, but I don't like the blue background is just like doesn't work well with this, I feel like. The red of the streaks. I also feel like these bottom gray bars are just adding complexity that doesn't need to be there. I wonder if I can just get rid of those. Boom. It is definitely becoming less aqua themed. I mean, I'm okay with that. I think. I'd even be okay with changing the logo. But Mr. Uno wants more blue. Well, I feel like we'd have to change the fire to blue or something. We could have the fire change color based on how long you've been going. Yeah, what if we had different flames for how long you've been going? That were different colors. At this point, this can just be white. Sounds like an idea to explore. And different sizes. Yeah, they can even be like different shapes. Like what if, oops. Kind of almost like a Pokemon evolution thing, but just like the fire. Like maybe you start with something lower than this. Could even like reuse this shape. Just take this. Shrink it way down. And then duplicate itself. Yeah, I do like your idea, Sava. How many themes would there be though? Breaking a habit, building new habit. Oh, temporary challenge. Truth. Let me make a spark. You could even animate these things. Hello, Iced Tea. What's the idea of the app? The idea is a resolution. I think it says a little bit in the description down below. It's basically an app to help you keep commitments and resolutions. All right, this one needs to be a little less impressive color-wise. Like a pale little flame because you're just starting out. Kind of starts really burning. Then I'm also building a music app now while watching you. Awesome. For what platform? iOS or something different? So this guy needs to come inside of this flame group here. Flame 1. Flame 2. Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about those colors. Maybe it can just be the same color, but smaller. Yeah, this is fun. Okay. Then Flutter, awesome. So multi-platform, is that the idea? I haven't even looked at Flutter in a while. Has it changed much? Flutter. The website didn't change. Or did it? This might actually be different. Yeah, it's all in Dart, isn't it? Dart is intriguing. Okay, so back to this. So we got little candle fire. We've got kind of bigger fire. All right, and then we'll make a another fire. We'll do one more that's this like normal color, but a little bit bigger. You need a Flutter? Cool. I know it's ugly. I know it's ugly. You enjoy building apps with it? Cool. Do you enjoy Dart? I'm curious what you think about Dart. Is Dart used for like anything else besides Flutter apps? I imagine it is. I just don't really hear about it very much outside of the context of Flutter. Out for today. All right, thanks for all the help, Miss Juno. I guess only for Flutter. All right, one sec. I'll be right back. Okay, just had some food delivered by my mother. All right, how does that look? I feel like I need to see some color on it. Joink. Could be worse. Could be better. Dart was supposed to be a JavaScript killer? I did not know that. How about that? Thoughts, opinions, criticisms on my fire? You think you should have more embers? Like that? How's that? And like maybe just random orange dots? What do you mean by random orange dots? Doesn't look as good to me. Like this kind of thing. Like that? I don't know. Okay, here's an idea. Alternatively, we could try to do something like um Cow triangle. How about this, guys? I think we just created some really beautiful modern art, but I don't know if it looks anything like fire. This is the coolest thing ever, though. That's how fire looks underwater. All right, that was clearly a bad idea. Well, how do we feel about these embers? You guys like them? These are all supposed to be. Oh wait. In here. All right, our next fire, it could be like the same thing, but different colors. Like it starts, going that way. That's kind of weird. That's not really what I was thinking. That's kind of crazy. Just take that off to the side for now. Not sure what I think about him yet. All right, tips blue, you say? I will do what I can to make your tips blue. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm not sure about these blue tips. What if we just have like the 3 levels here? And then like if you really do it for a really long time, then it's almost like an Easter egg that the fire turns blue. And then if our users really like it, then we'll make another color. Or maybe we'll make one more color after blue. That's like the crazy Easter egg. It's like black fire or something. Black fire. Okay, maybe not black fire, but like purple fire. All right, so these are like the common ones that are commonly encountered. If you go a really long time, it gets to this. If you are like a crazy overachiever, you get to that. Basically, the way I see it. Any objections? Purple's kind of a dark color. Yeah. But I feel like this should be like kind of crazy. Okay. So now we have different colors. And I'll add those to our assets. Flame. So I'm gonna get rid of that guy. Image set. This is like flame 1. Flame 1 is, where did all those flames go? Didn't I just download those all? Oh, I didn't add an export. Here we go. SVG. Okay, now this is flame 1. It's more like a candle than a flame. And then we'll add flame 2, which is probably gonna be the most common one. Then we'll add flame 3, which is big flame. Then we'll add flame 4, which is the blue flame. I'm thinking like the blue flame unlocks like after a year or something. Or maybe 6 months. Something like really long. And then you gotta be like crazy to get the purple flame. Like 2 years or something. Alright, now we have all of our lovely flames. Yeah, totally. This could be like, in the future, it could be expanded to much more. But I think for now, this will suffice. Resolution card. So I'm going to make a way. I'll make a streaks file here. I'm gonna make a function called streak to fire image that takes a streak, which is an streak, which is an int, and it returns a string. And it'll switch on. Wait, that's not how you do it. It's like this, isn't it? Yeah, switch on the streak. Why are there two first lines? Because I have relative line numbers on. Switch on the streak if it's so the candle, how about like up to a week? We do fire 1. If it's up to fire 2, maybe up to a month, something like 30 days. And then fire 3 will be, okay, at what point, this is basically, at what point do we want them to get the blue fire? After a year or after 6 months? Maybe after 6 months. 6 times 30 is like 180, is that right? Fire 3. And then if we have 181 up to 2 years maybe, so 6 months to 2 years, what's 365 times 2? 730. And then fire 5. Sorry, I don't know Swift. So this is first week. Candle. First month. First half year, big flame. Until end of 6 months. Medium flame, this is big flame. Big until end of 2 years. Blue flame. And then 2+ years. Purple flame. Okay, I feel like that's good. So only like the real legends will have purple flames. Okay, so then over here in resolution card, instead of flame, I'm going to do streak to fire image, and then it's going to be self.resolution.current streak. So cool how that just totally worked. Fire 1. Probably because it's flame 1, not fire 1. So I obviously need to change a few things about this. Like these ones are getting squished. Yeah. Hmm. I'll just hard code some sizes for each of the different things. I think would be good, right? Um, yeah. Okay. So I'll go to streak. Um, image is our image, or I guess let string let width, let height. That's kind of all I need for now. This will return actually streak info. Streak info. What were we doing before? 45 by 60. Oh wait. Oh dear. The Vim is key bindings are really bad in Xcode. All right, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this becomes .img. And then this becomes what? Save to variable? Yeah, it would be cleaner code, but I don't know. How do I do that in Swift? Because I can't just say, Wait, first of all. Oh dear, this is not. Rust, okay, tweak to flame. I don't think I can just do this. Yeah, I can't just use self like that inside of the struct. So what am I supposed to do? Oh, I can do this. Oh, check that out. Beautiful. We're filming a video on Thursday, like an introduction video of like presenting the app. So that's what my brother was just texting me about what to do there. Okay, that's cool. And then I'm going to now tweak those sizes. But first, let me make sure that we have all of them. So we need, this one we'll have been doing for less than a week. So it's a small thing. This one we'll be doing for 20 days. So it's the next. This one we'll have been doing for 40 days or 44 days. And then this one will, let's say we're doing this one for 28 days. And this one for like 19. And then this one for 44. And then this one for more than 6 months, right? So 220 days. And this one for more than 2 years. So we'll say like 1,249. That should give us all the different all the different colors. Oh, we also need to change the background. Wait, where's my really big one? Oh, that was the penalty. Whoops. There we go. Okay. I need to change the shadow color too for these ones. But first, let me do the sizes. So that was good, I feel like, for this. This should be more like 25 by like 40. I don't know. Penalty of 1,229. Okay, so they also need a Y offset. What was the Y offset I was using? 8. Okay, and then okay. And then I'll change the shadow color to resolutions, shadow color. Let's do that. What was the shadow color we had? This one? Okay, now they all have that. Now I just have to adjust those. So this one, maybe a little lower, like 5. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so there's like small ones, and then bigger ones shouldn't be quite that big, I feel like. Width 45, so maybe like 38, 50. Looks pretty good. And then yeah, that's good, I feel like. Okay, and then these bigger ones need to be much taller. Still bigger, right? Yeah. Wait for it. That's probably good. And then push that number down a good bit. Even more, maybe 30. Or 28 maybe. That's pretty good. And then we'll do the same thing for the other ones. So that's width of 55, 55, 100, 100, 28, 28. It'd be nice if all the flames had the same starting point at the bottom. Ooh, I kind of agree with that. It gives more effect as if the flame is growing. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Resolve. That should fix these ones. Okay, and then we'll fix. Let me fix these shadow colors. So this is a thing now, right? Flame.shadow color. I'm gonna take this color and this color and use those for shadows. Where'd that go? This one. And this one. Now if we go over to here, these should look nicer. Yeah, way better. Yeah, okay. So make the bottoms aligned. I agree. Okay. So these are all different sizes. Oh, perfect. That, okay, we obviously need some stuff. I don't know, that might be pretty good. I think all these bottoms are aligned now, except for these ones that don't have anything on the bottom. How do we feel about this? Looks good, but you think 223 is overlaying into the text? Oh, like this? Good point. Yeah, okay, I have a thought about that. I need to make, how do you make it go under? Um, oh, Z index. Well, who knew? Okay, that made it go on top. And then just to make that look a little prettier, um, I'll give it a little shadow. Why do I not see that? Oh, now I see it. That makes it a smidge easier to read. Um, yeah, that should do. Wish there was a way to make one of these just a lot stronger without having to layer so many. I think it looks kind of good. Yeah, I feel like this looks kind of good too. Cool. Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look. Almost as good as these pickles. So this is where we are thus far today. I feel like that's some pretty solid progress. So I just want to show now. Yeah, okay. Show these other things on the bottom right there, I think. What if I made this taller again? That could give us more space on the bottom. Okay, we always have that as an option. Until then, I'm gonna have another H stack here. And I'm gonna say which of these is like penalty duration? Next check-in is this is like the most important part, I think. Well, I don't know, maybe stick that somewhere else maybe. Okay, duration and penalty. Let's stick that down at the bottom right. Duration and penalty. Okay, let's do vstack. Um, uh, how does this work? And those should be shorter. Okay. Yeah, if it's not, it's indefinite. I guess we could just show indefinite. What was the other thing there? Penalty. Oh, yeah. I feel like the penalty really should be just dollars and it's just 0 if it's. Okay. Okay, and then these almost could be within. Um, Negative penalty is technically possible. Yes, we will obviously check for that. Currently it's just an int. I'll probably change it later. That fits pretty good. All right, and I feel like we need to use up some more space here. How about that? How about that? It's a little. I don't know. How do you guys feel about the not centered fires? I feel like maybe they should just be centered. Lifelong goal. Change no end date to lifelong goal. Ooh, good idea. I like that. Yeah, I think that looks better with centered flames. There, that looks good. All right. How are we feeling, chat? Why show the date if it's not present? No, wait, let me change this on. Choppy likes the UI. Sweet. That makes me happy. Stream freeze. You're kidding me? All right, hold up. I'm on it. I am on it. I'm so on it. And then, okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. It is a laser jet printer, I think. Wait, could you actually see that from? That's weird. Cool. So are we pretty happy with this UI? I mean, it's pretty basic and simple, but it does get the job done. And these expanded their own things. It's definitely not a coffee machine. I don't drink coffee. Cool. So Joppy likes this UI. How does everybody else feel? I'm gonna eat another pickle. Why am I flickering again? I've got the flickers. Help. Okay. Well then, that seems like a good stopping point to me. I'm going to commit and then, yeah, call it a day there. So that's not the right. Designed, what are these called? Resolution cards. There we go. Should be live on GitHub. Swift has grown to our most used language now. Why add the penalty or end date plaques if there's no penalty or end dates? Well, I like the idea of a lifelong goal. It kind of looks cool. And then saying no penalty reminds you that you could make a penalty if you wanted to, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, cool. I feel like this is pretty good. I'm gonna stop the stream there, and yeah, thanks everybody for the help. See you all online, and yeah, next stream. I'm gonna do a lovely stream for those of you who are interested. 3:30 my time today. So, all right, turn it off.